We're back with the first pitch right after this.
Bendiciones como siempre y queremos ver a mi compadre decir unas palabras.
Welcome back to Fenway Park. The number 45 retired here at Fenway alongside the other retired numbers as Pedro Martinez tonight doing it in Spanish as the Red Sox again honoring Pedro here tonight, night 2 of the Pedro Martinez celebration. Don Orsillo along with Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. And welcome to Game 3 of the series against the White Sox. And Jerry, tonight, a little different flavor for it as tonight Pedro Martinez had the chance to speak in his native Spanish, as did David Ortiz and many of their other guests.
Yeah, very nicely done, by the Red Sox and by Pedro and everybody involved. And, it's been a wild couple of days for Martinez, obviously, going to Cooperstown, coming back last night to retire his number, and again tonight here at Fenway Park, this time in Spanish. And it was enjoyable, and you could tell that he was enjoying the moment out here, having this done again, in Spanish for him. And people all here at the ballpark enjoy the evening. So you get 2 nights out of Pedro Martinez here, and of course a great day in Cooperstown. And I imagine Pedro is ready for a little vacation.
Yeah, I think he needs a nap right about now, based on what we heard from him last night. But the Red Sox getting ready to take on the White Sox here tonight. A bit of the ceremony here before the ball game. Eduardo Ortega coming from the San Diego Padres to help out the festivities here at Fenway Park tonight. Of course, the reintroduction of Pedro Martinez with the Dominican flags throughout the ballpark here, and again embracing ownership here for the Red Sox, who have embraced him so much over the course of his career. And Ramon in the house tonight as well, as they celebrate Pedro Martinez's Hall of Fame induction and his retirement. The Alus back here again, Felipe and Jesus returning tonight for night 2 of the Pedro celebration, and El Tiante here as well, as Pedro Martinez all smiles again tonight. It has been a whirlwind for him for the last couple of days, and some gifts once again tonight continuing. Current Red Sox helping out with some gifts tonight as well for Pedro, and his family returning for night 2 as well. And David, much like last night, coming out to do the final words before they do lift the curtain off the number 45 out there in right field, and celebrating it once again tonight. And the ceremonial first pitch once again. A little better last night. I thought he had a little more on it, and it was a strike, I thought, last night.
He went up and in tonight a little bit with a different catcher, David Ortiz, behind the plate.
Barrett's, of course, catching him last night. By the numbers, Red Sox all-time ranks for Pedro Martinez. Wins, ERA, strikeouts. Hold a batting average. That's impressive at .206. Whip win percentage, first in winning percentage at .760, and strikeouts per 9 innings, over 10 a game for Pedro Martinez. And Hall of Fame worthy numbers, there's no doubt about that, and the Hall of Famer Pedro Martinez. And here are the retired numbers that he will join up there. And, of course, being the first pitcher, that certainly means a great deal for Pedro. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you don't really think about things like that until last night, obviously, when we had the ceremony for the first time. And, you're thinking of all these years in Red Sox history, and he's the first pitcher to go have his number retired for the Boston Red Sox. That's pretty impressive. But last night, Carlton Fisk was here, Jim Rice. Of course, Kyle Yastrzemski was here last night. And, And tonight, Pedro and the Red Sox enjoying another evening, and now see the Red Sox if they can win a ball game in this series.
Well, the Red Sox take the field tonight. As they do, let's check out the White Sox starting lineup. It's brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Adam Eaton in center field leading it off with Tyler Saladino at third base batting second. Melky Cabrera in left field. Jose Abreu at first base in the cleanup spot. Adam LaRoche is the DH in this game with Avisail Garcia in right field. Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, at seventh with Carlos Sanchez at second, eighth. And Tyler Flowers does the catching and bats ninth. The Red Sox starting pitcher presented by your local New England Audi dealers. Rick Porcello on the mound. His 20th start of the year, 5-10 with a 5.51 earned run average, 90 strikeouts, 112 and 2/3 innings to 26 walks, and opponents hitting at 287 against Porcello. A no decision against his old club, the Detroit Tigers, last time out. 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 6 along the way.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are 10th in the American League with 59 errors on the season. Pablo Sandoval at third base, Xander Bogaerts the shortstop, Brock Holt back at second, and Mike Napoli the first baseman. Left to right, Hanley Ramirez, Jackie Bradley Jr. just called up today, and Rusney Castillo, and Ryan Hannigan doing the catching for Porcello.
Tonight's umpires are brought to you by Buick. Experience a new Buick lineup during this year's Sign and Drive. See your local Buick dealer today. Adrian Johnson has to play with Bill Miller, the crew chief at first base. Sean Barber is at second base, and Doug Eddings is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Very comfortable conditions tonight at Fenway Park, 91 degrees. Breeze out to right at 6 miles per hour. And the forecast partly cloudy. A lot of blue sky above Fenway as we get this contest started tonight. And the lights are on. And standing in is Adam Eaton to get it started against Rick Porcello. Red Sox looking for their first win of the series and trying to get out of this first inning without giving up some runs. White Sox have been out to explosive beginnings in each of the first 2 games of the series. And the first pitch of this one fouled back by Adam Eaton.
Porcello has faced the White Sox many, many times, 19 times in his career, with a 9-7 career record against Chicago White Sox clubs.
Tries the breaking ball and misses outside. Today's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. White Sox first inning runs. First 94 games, they had 27. Last 4 games, 14. This one fouled back to the screen, and a piece of Adrian Johnson. It appeared 1-2.
It's like a cut fastball that time that just slices right off the side of the mask of Johnson, the home plate umpire.
Eaton lets it pass up high, a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Red Sox shading Eaton to the opposite field in the outfield, pretty much straight up in the infield. See the breakdown there from Porcello pitch-wise.
Six-game hitting streak coming in for the leadoff hitter for the White Sox. And a pitch outside. Did he go? They'll check. No, he did not, says Doug Eddings. Full count.
Reaching but not going that time for Adam Eaton.
375 average for Eaton during the 6-game hitting streak as Tyler Saladino waits on deck. In the air down the right field line towards the pole and the corner, and that ball is going to be gone. A home run. So Adam Eaton with a home run to begin the night. The White Sox are on the board.
That's number 9 on the season for Eaton, and nobody expecting him to go in that direction. It was a slider that stays inside and up, and he gets the barrel of the bat out and takes it right down that right field line, just inside the foul pole.
That is home run number 19 of the year, given up by Rick Porcello. So the White Sox out to the early lead again, scoring in the first inning. Saladino, the third baseman, pulling the arms out of the way and taking a pitch inside. 2-0. 267, 2 homers, and 6 runs batted in. 16th straight game that he has started since being called up from AAA Charlotte. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Evens at 2-2.
Hey, look at Porcello's last 3 starts. A couple of earned runs given up against Miami, LA, and 1 last time out against his former team, the Tigers.
Of course, had that 7-game losing streak earlier in the season. Snapped that with a win against Miami at home on the 8th of July. And a loss at Los Angeles. Mentioned a no decision last time out against Detroit. Foul off to the right, out of play. Trying to settle into this outing after giving up a leadoff home run to Adam Eaton. On the ground right side, ranging is Napoli. Porcello will dive towards the bag and tag it for the out. Well, Leighton getting over there as he watched Napoli move to his left to retrieve that, and Porcello with a headfirst dive to the bag.
Yeah, I think at first Porcello thought the second baseman was going to make that play. Then he looks up and he sees Napoli and says, I better get going. And he does get going and dives for the first base bag, gets it with his glove. Fortunately there, he didn't get cleated at first base as he went by the bag. Napoli with that sidearm toss. What a great toss, leading him to the first base bag. Well, a lot of bad things could have happened on that. Get spiked, sprain your wrist.
Gets the out for the first out here of the ball game, and it brings up Melky Cabrera. He will sharply send one into left field for a base hit, and the beat keeps on for Cabrera. He's been outstanding,
and he's really had great numbers against Porcello in his career. He doesn't waste any time. He gets the first pitch, fastball, and takes it to the opposite field for the base hit.
It's time now for tonight's Switched It But True Fact. Melky Cabrera, the first White Sox player with at least 1 hit, 1 RBI in 7+ consecutive games since Kevin Youkilis did it from July 1st through the 13th of 2012. 8 games for Uke. Twisted Tea is the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted. It's now an 8-game hitting streak for Melky Cabrera. 531 during the streak. About 17 for 32. On at first with 1 down, and brings up Jose Abreu. Drops in there for a strike. Abreu hitting under 300, but not by much. 296 in his 16th home run, a painful one for the Red Sox as it turned out here in last night's ball game. Mookie Betts going into the bullpen. Had it in the glove, lost it. Ends up with a concussion and on the 7-day concussion list. And of course had the baseball in the glove until he made contact with the ground beyond the bullpen wall and into the bullpen.
Yeah, clearly in his glove, and then when he hits the ground, the ball comes popping out, and once the umpires saw that, they ruled it a home run, and Mookie, of course, suffering that concussion.
This is driven out towards right, but Castillo is out there to make the catch for the second out of the inning. Monday, August 17th is Kids Lunchbox Giveaway Night at Fenway Park. All kids in attendance will receive a free lunchbox presented by Come On. Visit redsox.com/promos for more info and to purchase your tickets now. Two down here in the first inning with a run in. Cabrera at first base and Adam LaRoche the batter. First appearance of the series for LaRoche. Red Sox going into a shift as they check on Melky Cabrera at first base, diving back.
Yeah, Cabrera only with 1 steal on the season, has not been caught. But an off year for LaRoche, only a .212 batting average.
Frame there by Hannigan at the top of the zone for a strike.
See Porcello going to more curveballs as the inning goes on here in the first.
Adam LaRoche, a member of the Red Sox back in 2009 for 6 games. There were .263 in those 6 games. Did have a home run in a Red Sox uniform. Ended up going to Atlanta for Casey Kochman, the trade deadline in 2009 from the Red Sox to the Braves. Spent parts of 4 years in Washington, now with the White Sox as they check on Cabrera at first base again. In the shift of the Red Sox on the right side with 2 down, Melky Cabrera. First base, the 0-2 is in the air to left field. Hanley Ramirez turns around, and this one's going to be off the scoreboard. Hanley plays it on the backhand and fires to second base. It'll hold LaRoche. Ball gets away, and now coming plateward is Cabrera. He will score. So an errant throw back into the infield causes a run because Cabrera had stopped at third base, but the bad throw. And the White Sox take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I think what happens here is if you watch Brock Holt, it looks like he takes his eye off the baseball for a second to check that runner. See him look up, and then the ball got right underneath his glove, and the runner comes in to score.
That is a single and an error charge to Brock Holt. No RBI on the play. Avisaíl Garcia hitting at .269, 7 homers, 33 runs batted in, and swing and a miss for strike 1.
See the throw in from Ramirez. Now watch Brock as he almost looks up toward third base before getting the ball in his glove to see if that runner was going or not, and then could not make contact with the baseball. Brock Holt back in the lineup for the first time in a couple of days after straining that knee on Sunday night.
Swinging a foul off of Hannigan. Look at Hannigan and Adrian Johnson.
Right at the top of the helmet of Hannigan and under the chin of Adrian Johnson.
Garcia with a foul tip for strike 3 ends the first inning. But the White Sox take a 2-0 lead. Coming up, and the Red Sox lineup is brought to you by your Eastern Hyundai dealers. It is Brock Holt leading it off at second base with Xander Bogaerts at shortstop batting second. Hanley Ramirez in the 3 spot with David Ortiz, the DH. Mike Napoli at first base. Rusney Castillo in right field with Pablo Sandoval at third base. Brian Hannigan does the catching, batting 8th. And Jackie Bradley Jr. back from the Paw Sox in center field and batting 9th. The White Sox starting pitcher presented by New England Nissan dealers. Jose Quintana on the mound tonight, his 21st start of the year. 5-9 with a 3.56 earned run average, 113 strikeouts and 129 innings. And opponent sitting at 277 against him. A shutout, 9-inning complete game shutout at Cleveland against the Indians last time out. 8 strikeouts, no walks in that outing. And Brock Holt leading it off and taking strike 1. Brock returning to the Red Sox lineup after the knee injury on Sunday night. It's 284, 2 homers and 23 runs batted in.
Now Quintana making his 4th start against the Red Sox in his career. He is 1-0 with a 1.27 ERA in 3 previous starts.
See the arsenal for him, 63% fastballs. Gets the arms out of the way and takes a pitch inside that evens the count at 2-2.
And one thing about Red Sox know about Quintana, he's going to be around the plate. Doesn't walk many people at all.
As we mentioned, none last time out. Holt will take ball 3, full count. Alex Spear, the Boston Globe, pointing out 40 strikeouts, 1 walk, last 6 starts for Quintana. Foul tip not held onto by Flowers, off the glove. Now Holt going 2 for 3 on Sunday before being injured and having to leave that game with left knee tightness, tightened up on him. And back in the Red Sox lineup tonight for the first time. On the ground, but well positioned is Alexei Ramirez, who throws out Brock Holt for the first out.
The White Sox defense is brought to you by DraftKings, and they are 12th in the American League with 62 errors on the season. Tyler Saladino will be at third base. Alexei Ramirez, who just made that play at shortstop. Carlos Sanchez at second. And Jose Abreu, the first baseman. Left to right, Melky Cabrera, Adam Eaton, and Avi Garcia. Tyler Flowers doing the catching for the White Sox.
One down here in the first inning brings up Xander Bogaerts. Xander 1 for 4 in the ballgame last night and 1 for 9 in the series. Still hitting at .311 overall in the season for Xander. 3 homers, 47 runs batted in.
Good location on both fastballs to get ahead of Bogaerts. 0-2, 2 fastballs away.
The numbers against lefties, 12 hits in his last 20 at bats. Fouls that off into the White Sox dugout over on the third base side. Hanley Ramirez batting in the 3 spot tonight for the Red Sox, waiting on deck. White Sox getting 2 runs for Quintana before he even took the hill tonight. Center fielder Adam Eaton a step or 2 towards right center, gap out there in left center. Xander with a swing and a miss gets away from Flowers. You got to throw him out, and does. And that is strikeout number 1 for Quintana. Let's check in with Guerin.
Thanks, Don. As you guys mentioned, Mookie Betts has been placed on the 7-day concussion DL. In his pregame press conference, manager John Farrell said that Jackie Bradley Jr. will be in center field until he returns.
Well, Jackie Bradley Jr. getting a chance to play on a regular basis in center field now. And you could tell last night Mookie was not doing too well after that. You could tell the concussion was going to be a probability the way he was acting after coming off the field.
Yeah, you just hope that he's going to be okay, and it's an opportunity for Bradley to show at the major league level what he has shown at AAA.
Line to center, and Eaton coming in to make the catch. It ends the first inning. Down in order of the Red Sox, trailing 2-0. For all Major League Baseball teams. Text 1 for yes, text 2 for no. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. One message per vote. Visit NESN.com/terms for terms and conditions and privacy policy. Now, this idea, I think, came from you, right?
I kind of like the idea. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know how it will play out in the public, obviously, but I think it's a great idea because I think that the current players should have an opportunity to see the greats of all time be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Make it a special occasion for everybody.
Do you want them to attend the event, or you just want them to be off?
If it was at all possible, I think that would be a great thing. I think that's something every player should do. Have an opportunity to do. Most of the time they're playing when the inductions are going on, right?
Yes, always, in fact.
Yeah, so, I mean, now how could you make up that game? You could play a doubleheader on Saturday maybe, or somehow, just make it an off day and maybe put it somewhere in the All-Star break. I don't know.
Now, Alexei Ramirez leading it off here in the second inning with the White Sox on top 2-0. Well, they had a 4-0 lead after the top of the first game. Won a 5-0 lead last night after the top of the first, and a 2-0 lead tonight after the top of the first. Now Ramirez to left to Hanley Ramirez, and he makes the catch onto the warning track to haul it in.
That ball carried a little bit deeper than Hanley expected on contact. It's kind of gliding back after that. Now has to pick it up a little bit to make the catch over his shoulder. You going to be on my side on that vote, or are you going to?
I don't know. I don't. I don't think a lot of guys would go. To be honest, I think they just take it as an off day, and I think it would be.
Yeah,
I just think it would be a day. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I agree with you that as far as from a historical standpoint, I think guys need to be aware more about the history before them. I'm sort of amazed by a lot of players today who don't know how great some of the guys who are around are. I mean, I just think of spring training, for instance. A lot of our instructors, some of the guys don't know who Louis Tion is, or what Jim Rice did, or some of the guys that are around. That amazes me. So this is by Sandoval at third base, diving. And over to play it is Bogaerts, trying for two is Sanchez. Throw to second. He will be safe. Just did get in.
Now, you don't see that happen very often, but it happens this time. A ball that caroms off that wall usually ends up being a single, but Sanchez pushing it to the limit this time and picking up 2 bases on it. Running hard right out of the box. He slaps it by Sandoval at third base. Now you see the bounce off the wall. Bogaerts doing what he can do, getting over there to make the play, but just beating it. Sanchez at second base. He's hustling all the way down that first base line, knowing there's an opportunity that might happen, and gets in a scoring position with 1 out.
Now tonight's key matchup brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Updated numbers, 12-game hitting streak for Carlos Sanchez, now 429 during that time. Includes a couple of home runs for the White Sox second baseman. So runner in scoring position with 1 out for Tyler Flowers.
I agree with you, Don, on the fact that, I wouldn't expect all players to go to it. But, and my feeling is at least they'd have an opportunity to see it. Mm-hmm. And if they choose to, they choose to. If they don't, they don't. But they have that opportunity where they don't now. And you're right about the older players. Even the new guys that go in. We talked to Pedro last night how amazing it was for the other guys that have already been in there, the way they treated him coming in and that elite club that they belong to. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a pretty special day, and I think it could be bigger than what it is.
One out, runner at second base. Tyler Flowers, the batter. There's a lot of players who don't not only realize the players that came before them, but some of the labor issues that took place years ago. I don't want to get you started on that because I know you went through a lot of those labor issues.
Don't even get me started. That should be mandatory reading for all current day players.
Pitch a little low, and it's 3-0. Tyler Flowers batting now, top of the order. Adam Eaton, who's gotten the night started off well the last couple of nights for his White Sox team. A home run tonight in his first at bat, and he waits on deck. 3-0 pitch, and that is in there for a strike. Fastball.
But Flowers is not a guy to walk very much. Only 9 times so far this season with 75 strikeouts. Takes that 3-0 fastball right down the middle for a strike.
Down the third baseline foul, and a full count now. Well, hey, Sox fans, how cool would it be to have your friends and family call you and get a personal voicemail from Dustin Pedroia instead? Visit redsox.com/picnic for amazing player auction experiences, including Xander Bogaerts, David Ortiz, Clay Buchholz, and more. All proceeds benefit the Red Sox Foundation. One out, runner at second base for Tyler Flowers. And a full count here had been ahead in the count, 3-0. Giovanni Soto catching last night's game, had a good game, but Flowers back in there again for the second time in the first 3 games of this 4-game series. And a foul tip for a strike 3 held on to by Hannigan. Second strikeout for Porcello. And a fastball up that time.
Well, Porcello knew exactly what he wanted to do. He shook off a number of signs, and he goes to the fastball away, up and away from Flowers to pick up the strikeout.
Mika Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. So 2 down. Carlos Sanchez at second base. Top of the order, Adam Eaton. Solo home run, his 9th home run of the year.
Now back in the first inning, you see the cut fastball or slider right there that's up from Porcello, and he pulls it. Eaton does just around that foul pole out there in right field. As we mentioned at the time, his 9th home run of the season.
Strike for Porcello, getting the benefit of the doubt on that outside corner.
Two-seam fastball that time, and a little bit of help from Johnson behind the plate.
th start of the season for Rick Porcello. It's been an even split, 10 home, 10 road. And tonight marks the 200th start of his major league career. A lot of starts against the White Sox over the course of his career. His 20th start tonight. And 9-7 with a 4.02 ERA and 19 previous starts against this White Sox team. Here's a liner into center field for a base hit. Sanchez being waved around. Jackie Bradley Jr. with a throw that is not going to be in time. And the White Sox take a 3-0 lead. Adam Eaton driving in another run. Chicago on top 3-0.
There's a changeup, and this is very good hitting right here. This changeup down and away and off the plate and one-handed. Just about. Eaton slaps it out into center field. Very strong throw by Jackie Bradley Jr., but it hits that mound and bounces up. And sliding around the tag is Sanchez. So the White Sox add on to their lead. Slap and run for Eaton that time.
So a single for Eaton, an RBI single, takes second on the throw. And here is Tyler Saladino, grounded out to first base in the first inning. Saladino came in hitting at .267. His 15th game in the major leagues, called up from Charlotte. White Sox heading into tonight's action, 12.5 games back of the Royals in the American League Central. Currently in 3rd place in the division, and Minnesota Twins in between. Tigers have slipped in behind the White Sox now. Just saw Detroit, and certainly a very disappointing season for the Tigers. Outside for ball 2. Melky Cabrera waiting on deck. Chicago a 2 in the first, a run here in the second. This one a 2-out RBI single by Adam Eaton in the second inning. On the ground towards third base. Sandoval racing in, throwing on the run, no throw, and they're trying to get it overzealous. Eaton at third base, but no throw from Sandoval there either. And it's 1st and 3rd now, 2 down in the inning.
Yeah, the whole game plan from Sandoval was hoping that somebody was covering third base, because he knew there was no chance at first base, so he's going to fake a throw there and hope that he can catch that runner Eaton crossing around third base. But obviously Bogaerts and Porcello not there in time, so no throw. And the infield hit, Saladino.
MLB.TV Premium is the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD and over 400 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. First and third with 2 down, run in for the White Sox, and it brings up Melky Cabrera. He singled to left field and scored as part of the Chicago first inning. Down and in for ball 1. 8 hits in his last 11 at bats with runners in scoring position. And overall, 349 for Melky Cabrera. With Adam Eaton at third, Tyler Saladino at first. Line to center, and that's in for a ringing single. From third comes Adam Eaton, and the White Sox out to a 4-0 advantage. Another 2-out RBI single, and another hit for Melky Cabrera.
Melky Cabrera came into the game 10 for 20 in his career against Rick Porcello. He's 2 for 2 tonight. It's the slider again, this time rifled up the middle to drive in another run. So, I mean, Melky Cabrera just owns Porcello. It's incredible, the numbers.
So 2 on here with 2 outs, 2 runs in. White Sox getting 2 in the first, 2 in the second. Well, join the Red Sox for Youth Sports Week, August 18th through the 20th at Fenway Park. Visit redsox.com/youthsports to learn how your team can receive some great giveaway items. Jose Abreu coming up here for the White Sox. Abreu flied out to right field in the first inning. Now Rick Porcello only gave up 1 run in his last outing, 2 runs in the outing before that. 2 runs in the outing before that. And here tonight he's given up 4 runs in an inning and 2/3. On the ground, foul outside of third. Ball and a strike down to Abreu. White Sox have the right guy up with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, hitting at .320. As Saladino is at second base, Cabrera at first. 25th pitch of the inning coming up for Rick Porcello, who threw 24 in the first inning. And that's in the dirt. Hannigan able to gather it. Jerry, each of the first 2 games of the series, we've looked down to the bullpen in the first or second inning to see if anybody's warming yet. And unfortunately for the Red Sox and for Carl Willis, that's been the case.
Yeah, it's, you know, I mean, you just can't keep drawing from the bullpen game after game after game. Somebody has to stay out there and get things settled down.
'50th pitch of the outing is drilled down the left field line, foul. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, 2 on. And a pitch high. Well, the White Sox have already put together 7 hits. Red Sox do not have a hit. Adam LaRoche waiting on deck. Rob Ventura enjoying this series against the Red Sox so far after what's been a trying season for the White Sox. In the dirt for ball 4, and that'll load him up. And there is the first walk of the night given up by Porcello.
Well, that call may have to come now to the bullpen because bases loaded with 2 outs. John Farrell reluctant to make that call, but you got to do something at this stage. Let's see who the first man up is. Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright scheduled to start tomorrow against Chris Sale in the finale of the series, but if they need him here, he may not be going tomorrow. Adam LaRoche, batter, bases loaded. And a liner down the right field line, foul. Ducking back to short right is Brock Holt, and the shift on the right side for the Red Sox. They did it the first time LaRoche was up, doing it again here in a bases loaded situation with 2 down. And he gets hit on a pitch up and in. Run comes from third with a hit batsman, and it's a 5-0 White Sox lead.
Well, obviously, the last thing Porcello wanted to do in that situation, bases loaded, he wanted to go up and in. That's how they tried to pitch him last time, but way too far up and in this time, right off the back of the arm, and another run comes in, bases still loaded.
Avisail Garcia, 9th member of the White Sox to bat in the inning. Grounded past the mound to Brock Holt. He'll flip to second for the out that ends the inning, but the White Sox add 3 more, take a 5-0 lead. Audi, experience a new Audi A3 today. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. Toyota's website for deals by Toyota.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at Southwest.com. Pretty close to a full moon, I would say, Jerry, although I don't know for sure.
I see a little shadow on the left side. I don't know if that would be considered full or almost full.
White Sox have a 5-0 lead. Jose Quintana back on the mound after a 1-2-3 first on 14 pitches. David Ortiz leading it off and taking ball 1. Shift here for the White Sox onto Ortiz with Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, to the right side of the infield. 20 home runs now for David, 56 runs batted in. David with a 5-game hitting streak coming in, 9 for his last 22. And a fly ball struck well to right. Back goes Garcia to make the catch right in front of the warning track for the first out of the second inning. Good contact, but in the neighborhood of Garcia in right field.
Yeah, the contact has been very solid for David Ortiz over the last number of games, and this no exception right here. But Garcia just goes to his right a couple of steps and makes the play. Frustrating when you make contact like that.
One down, 4 in a row, retired by Quintana. And here is Mike Napoli. Sliding up in the order tonight, batting 5th, 205, 11 homers, 35 runs batted in. Oh for 5 in the series against the White Sox. 0 for 4 in the ball game here last night. Still though, 346 in his last 8 games. And a liner caught by Ramirez. Alexi Ramirez stepped to his left, able to grab that for the second out of the inning. Ace Ticket has great deals on the best seats to all Red Sox games, as well as your tickets to Zach Brown and James Taylor at Fenway. Ace also has the best deals on tickets to all New England Patriots games. Visit aceticket.com. Ace Ticket, it's more than a ticket. 2 down here in the second inning, and it brings up Rusney Castillo. It appears now the injury to Mookie Betts and of course the trade of Shane Victorino. Are going to see more of Rusney Castillo, going to see more of Jackie Bradley Jr. Chance for some other Red Sox who had been playing in Pawtucket to step up here and have a chance to play on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think, Don, we kind of expected that, didn't we? You know, the Red Sox have to find out about both guys. You know exactly what their plans are for these guys moving forward. We've got a couple of months left here in the remainder of this season to give them a fair sample size of what they can contribute.
John Farrell saying today before the game that Jackie Bradley Jr., while Betts is out, will be the everyday center fielder. And again, if you're just joining us tonight, Mookie Betts placed on the 7-day concussion list after the concussion last night on the diving play. Ended up in the bullpen on his head. And John Farrell talking about the protocol that now takes place in Major League Baseball. He's got to go through a series of tests through Major League Baseball before he is okayed to play. And of course, this was the injury last night.
Well, the concussion is bad enough, but it looked like it could have been a whole lot worse than that. I'm not saying concussion is nothing, but you know, you see his back and his neck and everything involved in that fall.
Pablo Sandoval right away letting Masai, the trainer, know that it was his head that was the issue. He was coming in and then all of a sudden went down to one knee and then sat down. On the ground towards short. Ramirez charging in, gets rid of it in a hurry. Nice play by Alexei Ramirez. First 6 Red Sox have been retired. 5-0 Chicago. 102nd game in the 75 season. The Red Sox lost to the Brewers 4-0. Don Money went 2 for 4 with 2 solo home runs for the Brewers. Don Money was a shortstop, yes?
Shortstop and second baseman.
Okay. Alexei Ramirez leading it off here for the White Sox in the 3rd inning. Then it'll be Carlos Sanchez and Tyler Flowers expected in the inning.
Don Money was kind of a tall infielder. For a middle infielder.
Driven out towards deep left center field, and this ball is going to be gone. Into the monster seats, Alexei Ramirez with his 5th home run of the year. 2nd round tripper allowed by Rick Porcello tonight, and the White Sox take a 6-0 lead.
Now Alexei Ramirez going down to get a fastball about knee high and gouts it into the monster seats. Location of that pitch is down. It's actually down below and out of the strike zone, but Ramirez right down with it. Another run for the White Sox.
The 20th home run allowed by Rick Porcello of the year. Carlos Sanchez taking a pitch downstairs. He doubled and scored in the 2nd inning. (2-0). DraftKings.com is paying out over $300 million this baseball season. DraftKings has given out $34 million to Boston residents alone since the site launched. Get your free entry into a one-day fantasy baseball contest today using promo code NESSN. Popped up foul off to the left. Sandoval gives chase, but that's backing out of play. Eighth time this season that Porcello has allowed 2 or more home runs in an outing. Down and in, and it's 3-1. So 2 runs in the first for Chicago, 3 in the second. 1 so far here in the 3rd. And this is driven to deep left field. High off the wall this time. It kicks to Bradley Jr. and to second base standing with a double goes Carlos Sanchez. Another well hit ball.
Well, again, John Farrell's going to have to go to that bullpen. You know, they had a conversation between innings. It might have been that Porcello said, you know, leave me in here. Let's see if I can get straightened out and save the bullpen. But it's not going to work out that way, it doesn't look like. That's 2 doubles in the game for Sanchez. He doubled back in the 2nd inning. Now the double again, this time going to the opposite field as the left-handed hitter and up high off the wall for the 2-base hit. Sanchez now with a 12-game hitting streak.
Now the first action of the night in the Red Sox pen, Craig Breslow warming in the pen. There is Tyler Flowers with nobody out, runner at second base. Flowers struck out swinging in the 2nd inning, 1 of 2 strikeouts tonight for Rick Porcello. Rick Porcello's pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. 2+, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned so far. A walk and 2 Ks, pitch 65 coming up. Fouled back, 2-1. Not the fastball, but had to reach for it. It was away.
You think in that situation he might be looking fastball middle in. Instead, he chases one on the outside part of the plate and fouls it off. Count certainly in his favor, 2-0.
This is the 7th time Rick Porcello has given up 5 or more runs in an outing. Downstairs for ball 3. Lined into left field, a base hit for Flowers. Carlos Sanchez being stopped at third. Throw cut off by Sandoval, and it's 1st and 3rd with nobody out.
Well, you'd think that'd have to be it right now. You got the lefty warming in the bullpen, lefty coming to the plate, and obviously not there at all for Porcello. He's just checking to see if he's ready.
He is indeed, and John Farrell coming out to make the change. So the pitching change here in the 3rd inning. Rick Porcello goes 2+. He'll depart responsible for the runners at the corners. So far has been charged with 6 runs, 5 earned. The pitching change from Fenway. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. 6-0. White Sox have the lead over the Red Sox. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Kia. New pitcher is Craig Breslow into the game. His 32nd appearance, 0-1 with a 3.65 earned run average, 27 strikeouts, 15 walks. Opponents hitting at .272 against Breslow. Adam Eaton batting here with Sanchez at third, Flowers at first, nobody out, and a run already in this 3rd inning for Chicago. Now Porcello in 2+ innings, giving up 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned so far. Walked a batter, struck out 2. Short lead at first base for Flowers. Held on over there by Mike Napoli. Strike called. And Breslow allowed a run unearned on Monday night, first game of the series. Walked a couple, one intentionally, struck out a batter. He came into the game in the fourth inning on Monday night for Joe Kelly. This is to left. Hanley Ramirez coming in to make the catch on the liner. Throws, and it is cut off by Sandoval towards home, and Ramirez makes the catch for the first out of the third inning.
Yeah, from where Ramirez caught that ball on a line, just about impossible to score from third base. All momentum going toward home plate. And the tag and the fake just to draw a throw from Ramirez, and cut off by Sandoval. Line drive hit hard, but Hanley there to make the play.
First and third, one out, and Tyler Saladino, the batter, grounded out to first base in the first, singled, and scored in the second. Breslow's allowed only one earned run over his last 7 appearances. That's in 6 2/3 innings, holding opponents to 208 batting average during that time. Sanchez at third. Flowers cross the diamond at first. Fouled off to the right, and it's 2-1. Get immediate care without leaving the ballpark at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center First Aid Station, located behind Section 12 on the lower concourse. BIDMC is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Melky Cabrera, who already has 2 hits in this game tonight, waits on deck as swing and a miss for Saladino.
Another changeup by Breslow. That's about 3 he's featured to Saladino so far in this at bat. Changeup working down and away from the right-hander. Back to a fastball inside.
Just missed with it. Fouled off into the upper deck, off to the right.
Off the carom, it looks like.
In the dirt, and Hannigan able to block it. Ball 4 to Saladino, loads the bases. Second walk given up by Red Sox pitching in the game tonight, first by Breslow. So bases loaded with 1 out, and it brings up Melky Cabrera. Cabrera 2 for 2 in the game. He has singled to left, singled to center, driven in a run. Now 48 RBIs on the year for Cabrera.
Started the game, a 291 hitter from the left side, a 250 hitter from the right side, switching around here against Breslow.
There's a strike to even the count at 1-1. Two grand slams in his career. 3 for 10 this year with the bases loaded, with Sanchez at third, Flowers at second, Saladino at first. One out here in the third. And Breslow backs off. Fouled off to the right, 1-2. Popped up foul off to the right, out of play. Still 1-2. Rick Porcello still responsible for 2 of the base runners. Sanchez at third, Flowers at second. As Jose Abreu waits on deck here for Chicago. Swing and a miss, and Melky Cabrera strikes out. That's out number 2 as Breslow gets him.
And Breslow just challenges him with a fastball above the belt. And Cabrera can't get to it, so a big strikeout there for Breslow with the bases loaded, and Cabrera leaving RBIs on the bases.
Two down here in the third inning brings up Jose Abreu, who has flied out to right and walked tonight. It's his first look at Craig Breslow. Abreu, the 7th member of the White Sox to bat here in the third inning. Sent 6 to bat in the first, scored twice. 9 to bat in the second, scored 3 times. Two and 0. 6 for 12 with the bases loaded. 2 grand slams in the young career for Jose Abreu. One of them coming this year. One coming in his Rookie of the Year season. Off speed there, and he swings and misses. 2-1.
All geared up for the fastball outside from Breslow, and he didn't get it. He got the changeup. Changeup grip, circle change that time, and off balance swing by Abreu. He was thinking about 4 quick ones on that.
He was ready. Fouls it off to the right, 2-2. Only Jose Abreu and Avisaíl Garcia do not have hits already tonight for the White Sox, who have bagged out 10 in this game as they bat in the third inning. All 10 hits allowed by Rick Porcello in 2+ innings. Now Hannigan going out. Breslow wanted the signs for a second time. Don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC and Tim Wakefield will break down tonight's game, and you'll hear from John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever. Who but WB Mason? Abreu down the right field line and headed foul. Line down the left field line. It is going to be a foul ball.
Not much room down that left field corner, and Abreu just about picking that one off the ground. Hooks it into foul territory. The ball off the bat. I thought it was going to be a fair ball, but a lot of hook on that. Look how low this pitch is. Goes down to get it and hooks it foul. About ankle high.
Sanchez at third, Flowers at second, Saladino at first, 2 down here in the inning. On the ground left side, Bogaerts to the backhand will go to third for the out there. That ends the inning. White Sox out a run, take a 6-0 lead. Might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Tweet your photos now. Brought to you by T-Mobile. 6-0. White Sox have the lead as we head to the bottom of the third inning. Jose Quintana, some long waits in between innings, has retired the first 6 Red Sox that he's faced in the game. Bottom third of the Red Sox order: Pablo Sandoval, Ryan Hannigan, and Jackie Bradley Jr. expected in the inning. .263 average to start the night for Sandoval. 8 homers, 34 runs batted in.
And for Quintana, it's almost like he's starting the first inning every inning he's out there. Long waits, as you mentioned, between innings. Not giving up a hit. 6 straight to this point.
Sandoval fouling it back, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. 1 strikeout for Quintana so far tonight. Got Xander Bogaerts in the first inning. Sandoval fouling it off down the left field line. Friday afternoon, join TC, Steve Lyons, Nick Cafardo, and Rob Bradford live on Yawkey Way for our MLB Trade Deadline Show. Don't miss reactions as moves are made or not made. NESN's Trade Deadline Show begins Friday afternoon at 3. Pitch in the dirt evens the count at 2-2. Ryan Hanigan waiting on deck. Red Sox with work to do, trailing by 6 runs. Full count now.
Just about everything inside the Sandoval with the exception of 2 pitches in this at bat. A long at bat. Fouling off a number of fastballs. Going to go fastball in again.
And Sandoval fouls it back. 93 on that fastball from Quintana. Red Sox losing last night's game 9-4. Outscored by the White Sox in this series now 25-12. There's ball 4, and Sandoval, first base runner of the night for Boston.
Now that's a rarity right there to have Quintana walk anybody. We gave you those numbers early in the ball game where he just doesn't do that. And a good battle. You got to give credit to Sandoval. Fouled off a lot of pitches and eventually draws the walk.
No one does back-to-school season like Tanger Outlets at Foxwoods. It's your chance to shop over 100 of your favorite brands at a discount. Foxwoods, the official casino and resort of the Boston Red Sox. Visit foxwoods.com to learn more. Ryan Hanigan batting with the lead runner on here in the 3rd inning. A little bit high, 2-0. What about these long innings in between affecting Quintana? He walks the first batter that he faces. Now falls behind Hanigan, 2-0. There's a strike at the bottom of the zone. Hanigan didn't think so.
Well framed by Tyler Flowers, the catcher. You see him catch it, bring it up just a little bit, and gets the call.
Wide to right center, and that's going to get in for a hit. It'll get by Garcia to the track and the wall. Sandoval being waved around. Throw coming from short right field, and Sandoval will be out at the plate. The first out of the 3rd inning with the Red Sox trailing 6-0 is at the plate.
Now that's happened a couple of times on this homestand to the Red Sox. Farrell checking with the video room to see if Sandoval was safe. But it's happened a few times already on this homestand where they've had the first out of the inning be at home plate. Here's the relay throw from second baseman Sanchez. Flowers putting on the tag. Sandoval says he's safe. Let's take a look from another angle. Looks like he got him. Tag right there before the hand gets to the plate.
So the Red Sox get their first hit of the game. Hannigan at second base, one out. Jackie Bradley Jr. sends it to left. Melky Cabrera going back to make the catch, 2 down.
One more look at the play at the plate. That's a nice play by Flowers on the short hop. Comes around with 2 hands, gets the glove right there on Sandoval before the hand gets there, and the correct call made by Johnson, the home plate umpire. He waited a long time before making the call.
And again at second base, 2 down. Brock Holt, the batter. That'll bounce in. Flowers able to block it. High strike call, 1-1. Check swing, high chop, and the pitcher Quintana flips to first for the out that ends the inning through 3, 6-0 Chicago. Things happen. Watch how good things are happening to local people at easternbank.com/good things happen. Now back in Boston where the White Sox have a 6-0 lead over the Red Sox. Red Sox getting their first hit of the night. 91 degrees here at the ballpark to begin the ball game.
It was hot today, hot and muggy. It looks like some of the humidity is left tonight, but warm one today.
Adam LaRoche leading it off here for the White Sox. Avisail Garcia, Alexei Ramirez expected to bat in the inning. Craig Breslow back on the mound again. LaRoche with an RBI single in the first inning, hit by a pitch in the second. Popped up, foul ground. Hannigan with a play. And he makes it for the first out of the fourth inning. Well, stay tuned. Following WB Mason Extra Innings Live for Red Sox Final. TC and Tim Wakefield have a recap of tonight's ceremony for Pedro Martinez. That's tonight on Red Sox Final, presented by Uno's. One out in the fourth, and it brings up Avisail Garcia. Struck out in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning. Broken back grounder to Bogaerts. Two down in the fourth inning.
And the Red Sox looking for their first 1-2-3 inning of the evening. A couple of quick outs for Breslow here in the fourth.
Alexei Ramirez has flied out to the warning track in left field. Last time up, homered. One of two home runs allowed by Porcello in the game tonight. Porcello ends up giving up 6 runs, 5 earned in 2+. Broken bat, one hopper out to Bogaerts. And Breslow supplies the Red Sox first 1-2-3 inning of the night. 6-0 Chicago. That puts your needs first. See what's new at easternbank.com. Here, your first Eastern Bank. 6-0 White Sox on top of the Red Sox as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Xander Bogaerts, Hanley Ramirez, and David Ortiz. Xander struck out swinging in the first inning. Only strikeout for Quintana on the night.
Back-to-back changeups to start off Bogart. Started him away, went a little bit farther away, but Bogart's not chasing the second pitch.
Driven foul. Quintana last year 9-11 for the White Sox. Made 32 starts for Chicago last year. This year coming in at 5-9. 3.56 earned run average for the left-hander.
He's one of those guys that usually doesn't get any runs for him. That has not been the case tonight.
A 3.32 earned run average last year for that 9-11 record. Grounder up the middle. Alexei Ramirez got there but went off the glove, and reaching is Xander Bogaerts. Ramirez with a very good range at short, able to get a glove on it. Be a base hit for Bogaerts.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to get to it, but I doubt very much had he caught the ball, had he been able to get Bogaerts out at first base. That's a long way to go right there, and you can see him spin around, and even when he spins around, if he has the ball, I don't think he's got a chance to get Xander, so that's certainly going to be a base hit for Bogaerts.
Lead runner on here for the Red Sox in the fourth inning, second straight inning. They've had the lead runner on. Hanley Ramirez lined out to center field, and Adam Eaton in the first inning, 0 for 1. '50th pitch for Quintana is on the ground towards short. Alexei Ramirez going to go to first base with it and get Hanley Ramirez as Xander Bogaerts takes second base. One down. Well, this summer, pump up the fun with Irving Oil. You could win a Ford Escape, a Can-Am Spyder, $5,000 in cash, or other great instant prizes. Visit a participating Irving Oil, irvingfun.com for details. One out, one on, and David Ortiz coming up.
Once again, that same shift they put on, and see how they pinch him in the outfield, give him the left field line, right field line. That paid off in David's first at bat when Garcia in right field was able to get to that line drive. You like that down the pinch defense?
I gotta be honest, I was not listening.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'll be with you in a minute. I'm talking to the guys in the truck.
Oh, no, go ahead. Don't let me break anything up.
I'm sure it was a great point. Were you talking about the defense?
No, it was no big deal.
Oh, okay.
No, it was really nothing special. Just continue on and talk to the truck.
No, I was just talking to the truck on the talk back over here, and then you were talking.
I'll talk to your chair.
And then
doesn't matter to me.
I'm sure whatever you said was great.
No, wasn't that good?
0-2. In the dirt outside.
Now, see what I was saying, Don, is you see where Garcia is playing in right field.
Yep.
He was playing there. They're pinching the middle of the field. And last time, Ortiz hit a line drive to the corner of the bullpen, and he caught it. Remember?
Yes.
And David was looking out saying, where are you playing me?
Right there. Eh?
Right
a great
there.
point.
So that's the point I was trying to make.
That's a great point.
And that's what I mean by pinch the outfield.
Just as I thought.
Yeah.
It was a great point.
I'm glad you were listening this time.
Inside, and it's 2-2. I would say about, 80% of the time I hear what you say.
I agree with that. Yeah, I'd say there's a good 20% you pay. I have no idea what I'm talking about. You're not listening.
Which is unusual because of the proximity in which we sit in the booth. I mean, it's not like you're that far away.
We got things to do, and
I can just sort of tune you out. Here's what you were talking about, though. They're going to back it up now with video.
Why don't you take it, Don? Why don't you take it?
Well, you'll see Avisaíl Garcia perfectly positioned on this drive towards right center. As it turns out, he didn't have to go that far to reel that in because of the pinch defense.
Very good.
Right?
Yeah, you're a quick learner. If you just listen more,
Swing and a miss. Ortiz waves at that, strikes out. Second strikeout for Quintana. 2 down.
That surprised him. I don't think he's seen a breaking ball yet today in this game from Quintana, and the first one he sees is with 2 strikes on him. And the ball well out of the strike zone, bouncing the home plate, but Ortiz can't stay off it. And Quintana picking up his second strikeout of the night.
So 2 down. Bogarts in scoring position at second base. Mike Napoli, the batter. Lined out to short in the second. 0 for 1. Rips this foul off the fencing in front of the White Sox dugout. Fencing pretty much everywhere now. It was pretty much nowhere when you played, right? I mean, as far as in front of the dugouts.
No, not at all. No. And a good idea to put it up, that's for sure, because very dangerous area down there on line drives. Also helps first baseman and third baseman on pop-ups that go toward the dugout.
In the air to left field. Cabrera going back, and that's going to be high off the wall. Plays the carom as coming around from second base to score is Xander Bogaerts on the wall ball double for Mike Napoli. The Red Sox are on the board.
I actually thought that ball was going to be a home run when it left the bat of Napoli, but it's a wall scraper on the way down. Napoli getting a breaking ball right here. Looks like a slider that just hangs out over the middle of the plate, middle in, and Napoli takes it high off that left field wall. So the Red Sox get on the scoreboard. A 6-1 game as Bogart scores.
Rusney Castillo grounded out to shortstop in the second inning. 0 for 1. Golfs it foul off to the right, out of play. Pitch 64 Quintana. And it's line foul back into the grandstand. Rusney getting the start in right field tonight for the Red Sox. Red Sox finally getting to Quintana here in the 4th inning for a run. In the dirt, gathered by Flowers. No advance at second base for Napoli. Flowers done a nice job. He's able to make the play at the plate on Sandoval in the 3rd inning, and he's had to block quite a few.
Yeah, those breaking balls will always come back a little bit. You see the catches a lot. They don't try to catch it. They just try to block it.
On the ground to short, Alexei Ramirez plays the high hop and throws out Rusney Castillo. Red Sox on the board, but it's 6-1 Chicago through 4 innings. Let's send it down to Garen.
Thanks, Don. I'm here with Massachusetts native, former Boston College goaltender, and current New Jersey Devils goaltender, Corey Schneider. Corey, did you grow up a Red Sox fan?
Yeah, I grew up a huge Red Sox fan, and 2004 when they won it was my freshman year at BC, so that was a great time to be a freshman in college. So, I followed them closely, and I get a lot of grief in the New York, New Jersey area for my Red Sox hats, but I still wear them pretty proudly.
Well, you were in the clubhouse today, and you got to meet the team. How was that?
It was really cool. Hockey is one dynamic in the room, and so it was interesting to go into the Red Sox clubhouse and see what it's like with them, and everyone was great. They were really welcoming and gracious, and I had a great time just checking it out and meeting some of the guys.
Well, in addition to meeting some of the guys, you took BP with them. How did that go?
Pretty embarrassingly, actually. I got one off the monster, so that was my goal, but mostly singles. So I'm pretty much a singles hitter at this point in my career, but it's a lot harder than it looks. Those guys make it look really easy with the wood bats, but it was an awesome experience, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Getting ready for hockey season?
Yeah, it's still a couple months away, but I'm starting to get that itch to get back out there, and especially on a 95-degree day, it's nice to be in the rink sometimes.
All right, thanks for talking with us, Corey.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Don.
All right, Garen, thanks very much. Yeah, watch them take BP today from up here, and they hit some pretty good line drives.
I saw him in the clubhouse. Came in with a couple of hockey, goalie sticks and jersey. Talking to Pedroia, John Farrell, a number of guys.
Chasing is Carlos Sanchez. There's the second strikeout for Breslow's done a nice job in relief so far.
Yeah, chasing that high fastball. They wanted to go inside with it, but it goes up and away. It doesn't matter. Sanchez chases it, a pitch out of the strike zone, and Breslow picks up the strikeout.
One down here in the fifth inning for Tyler Flowers. Struck out in the second, singled in the third.
I thought I heard him talking about the shots in hockey, that they come at them about 99, 95 to 100 miles an hour. Would
Yes.
that be accurate?
Yep.
Somewhere in the,
Sure.
in the zone?
Mm-hmm. You could not pay me enough to get in the crease.
No, not even with all that stuff on.
No, I couldn't have enough gear on. A little bit low to Flowers, 1-1.
Heck, I go back to the days when they didn't even wear masks. Goalies, I mean,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable when you think about it. I mean, nobody wore helmets.
Yeah, it's a totally different dynamic now. You think about, just not like goalies not wearing masks, but nobody wore helmets. Swing and a miss. Tyler Flowers chasing.
Well, Breslow's had a very good changeup since coming into the game for the Red Sox. Circle change again. Moving it down and away from Tyler Flowers.
This will be a new season high in pitches for Breslow. And it's a swing and a miss for Flowers. Strikeout number 3 for Craig Breslow. 2 down in the fifth inning.
Another changeup. This time outside and away. So Hannigan there tapping the dirt behind Flowers. That was to kind of throw him off, thinking they were going to come inside. Then all of a sudden it's to change up away and way away. Flowers not even close to making contact.
Two down here in the fifth inning. Adam Eaton, the batter. Eight in a row retired by Breslow now. In there for a strike, 1-1. Tommy Lane up in the Red Sox pen. Now, for every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Children's Hospital towards a $25,000 commitment once again this season. CVS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. 2-1 pitch in the dirt, and it's now 3-1. On deck, Tyler Saladino. In there for strike 2. Payoff pitch. On the ground right side. In comes Holt. And he throws out Adam Eaton. Now 1-2-3 fifth inning for Breslow. Halfway through, it's 6-1 Chicago. Let's take a look at the Red Sox box score. Boston area Infinity retailer for a test drive today. Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Thank you, New England, for 60 great years. And by the Kia Sorrento. Well, leading it off for the Red Sox, Pablo Sandoval, followed by Ryan Hannigan, Jackie Bradley Jr. here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Jose Quintana back on the mound, walked Sandoval in the 3rd inning. Easier said than done, but he did it. Especially you take in consideration how few that Quintana walks. One to Sandoval. And a swing and a miss. With the 2nd walk Quintana has allowed in his last 7 starts. Bounces that, and it's 2-2. Fouled off to the left, out of play. Tonight, after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, Robert Kraft blasts the NFL in the wake of Tom Brady's 4-game suspension being upheld. Plus, get more details from the Bruins on the 2016 Winter Classic. That's tonight on NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do. 2-2 pitch. Popped up back at 3rd, sending Saladino out to put it away for out number 1 at the bottom of the 5th inning.
It's not the first time that Bob Kraft has blasted the NFL. Done it a few times.
Today was very interesting, to say the least. Did you hear the entire
I did not,
press conference?
no. I was busy here at the park all day.
Busy day for you today?
Very busy. But I should get home in time to see it on the news.
One down for Ryan Hannigan, who doubled in the third inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. batting out of the 9 spot tonight, waiting on deck. Another fast start tonight for Robin Ventura's White Sox. 2 runs in the first, 3 in the second, a run in the third. 3-1 now to Ryan Hannigan. Red Sox have not been to Chicago yet this year. On the ground, a deep short. Alexei Ramirez with a long throw, picked by Abreu on a great stretch, and they get Hannigan. A play by Ramirez and a nice play by Abreu, both ends.
Both showing defensive brilliance on this play as Ramirez goes way to his right, and then that throw falling away from the infield, and a nice pick at the other end by Abreu. To rob Hannigan of a base hit, that is really frustrating. 2 very good plays to take a hit away from you.
2 down in the 5th inning, Jackie Bradley Jr. Bradley flying out to the warning track in left field in the 3rd inning. Tommy Lane has finished his warm-up tosses. Rolled over foul by the Red Sox dugout. Nice job by Craig Breslow tonight. Ends up working 3 innings, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, as it turns out. Retires the last 8 White Sox that he faces. 3 strikeouts in his outing. One-two to Bradley. Back to the mound, Quintana will flip underhanded to first for the out that ends the inning. Through 5 from Fenway, White Sox on top 6-1. A strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to #NESN. Date a strong fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
That's a photo of somebody taking a photo. That's good.
Sixth inning, 6-1. White Sox have the lead. Tyler Saladino leading it off. Now some changes defensively for the Red Sox. Josh Rutledge taking over at third base. He's acquired by the Red Sox, and Tommy Lane into his 40th game of the year. 0-1, 3.16 earned run average, 30 strikeouts, 15 walks, and opponents sitting at 239 against him. Red Sox getting Rutledge, of course, for Shane Victorino. Cash considerations on Monday from the Angels. Takes over third for Pablo Sandoval. Bounces in, and it's 3-0. Victorino going to the Angels after 3 seasons with the Red Sox. Certainly his best year, 2013, part of the World Championship team. 2 injury-marred years last year and this year. Josh Rutledge, parts of 3 seasons in the majors. And now at third base in his Red Sox debut tonight. Tommy Lane's falling behind Saladino, 3-0. There's a strike. Craig Breslow goes 3 innings without giving up a hit nor a run. He walked a batter and struck out 3. Relief of Rick Porcello, charged with all the runs that the White Sox have.
Well, before the game, Rutledge moving around the infield a little bit, taking some ground balls at third base, at second base. This time at second base is let him move around a little bit. So off the plane and onto the field. Get a uniform on and we'll take some ground balls.
And there for a strike to Melky Cabrera. Breslow ended up throwing a season high 43 pitches in this game tonight. Melky Cabrera has been on twice, 2 singles.
Now Breslow got things settled down a little bit anyway for the Red Sox from earlier in the ball game.
Runner goes. The pitch is low. No throw from Hannigan. Stolen base for Saladino.
Very good jump at first base, too. Going on the first move of Tommy Lane. As soon as he picks up his foot, he's off. Had kind of a walking lead, too. Did not make him stop. And no chance at all for Hannigan on that one.
Fouled off over by the White Sox dugout.
Craig Breslow in this game, 3 strikeouts. Got Cabrera on a fastball to Sanchez. That's up and away, and a changeup to Flowers to pick up his 3 strikeouts on the night.
Take it off for third is Saladino, and they've got him hung up as running him back is Rutledge to tag him out. So trying to steal third base, got such a big jump that Breslow had not thrown the baseball yet.
You don't usually see that play work, do you? When the pitcher spins around and they end up getting somebody. Spinning around and in the opposite direction, he looks up and Saladino's going. So Rutledge, who eventually put the tag on.
No, Robin Ventura wanted to see. He was already in scoring position. Here is strike 3 to Cabrera, and Cabrera doesn't like it as he says something to Adrian Johnson. 2 down here in the 6th inning.
Well, Cabrera complaining that ball was up and away. Let's take another look at it. It's a breaking ball from Lane. One more look. Very borderline.
2 down in the 6th inning. Jose Abreu. His fly to right, walked and grounded into a fielder's choice. To right field and deep. Back goes Castillo onto the warning track to make the catch that retires the side. 5.5 done from Fenway. It's 6-1 Chicago. Have a replacement.
They have been replaced.
Jose Quintana's pitching line is brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. 5 innings, 1 run on 3 hits.
It's really not that difficult. Somebody just walks up to you and says, "You have been replaced."
Hold to 0 for 2 in the ball game tonight as he takes a pitch inside. He's grounded out to short, grounded back to the mound, and 2 at-bats against Quintana. Into right field and a base hit for Brock Hall. His first hit of the night. It's time now for a game break brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Tom? All right, Tom, thanks very much. I think Tulowitzki is going to like his experience in Toronto, and certainly Blue Jays fans are going to enjoy him. Red Sox here trailing 6-1 as they bat in the bottom of the 6th inning. Xander Bogaerts batting with Brock Holt at first base, held on by Jose Abreu. And a pitch for strike one. Bogaerts didn't think so, thought it was low, looked low.
And just questioning the umpire, Xander Bogaerts, that time. He thought it might have been down and out of the strike zone. Probably correct.
Fouled off to the right, has him down 0-2. Well, join the Bruins Foundation in Nantucket on Sunday from 6 to 9:30 at the Chicken Box for the Boston Bruins Foundation Nantucket Benefit Show. Listen to great music and mix and mingle with Bees alumni while proceeds benefit the Nantucket Star. To purchase tickets, visit bostonbruins.com/foundation. 0-2 pitch will have to wait as they check on Holt. And the Ramirez waiting on deck. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. In the dirt as Flowers gathers. No advance at first for Brock Holt. On the ground towards short, could be 2. Ramirez to second for 1, on to first. It is 2. NESN is proud to support the National Suit Drive in July. When you make a donation of gently used professional clothing at any Men's Warehouse location, you help unemployed men and women look their best as they re-enter the workforce. Learn more at nationalsuitdrive.com. 2 down here in the 6th inning for Hanley Ramirez. Hanley lined out to center in the 1st, grounded out to short in the 4th inning. Quickly 0-2. Game 102 of the season for the Red Sox tonight. 60 left after tonight's game. 0-2 pitch is high. And the throw back, it's up over Quintana. Be run down by Abreu, first baseman.
Throwback also high, and Quintana can't make the play on it. Oh, it's a little embarrassing for the catcher in this situation.
The 1-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss. Gets away. Hanley's going to have to run, but he'll be tagged out on the way by for out number 3. A strikeout for Quintana. 3 strikeouts for him on the night. 6-1 Chicago. 6-1. White Sox have a lead over the Red Sox. Top half of the 7th inning. Red Sox going into a shift here on Adam LaRoche. As Rutledge heads to the right side of the infield. You understand Pablo Sandoval left tonight's game with dehydration. Reason for his departure. And Josh Rutledge into the game now for Boston. LaRoche, Garcia, and Ramirez to bat here in the 7th. Second inning of relief for Tommy Lane. As he starts this inning, no action behind him in the pen.
A couple of left-handers coming in for the Red Sox. Breslow, then Lane. Both doing their job.
On the ground down the first baseline. Napoli's got it. He'll take it himself to the bag for the first out of the inning. Shop at Jordan's Furniture now and you'll receive a credit that's equal to twice the amount of the mass sales tax. Save 12.5% on your purchase now through August 14th. Visit Jordans.com for details. One out here in the 7th inning for Avisail Garcia. For 3 in the game. He struck out, grounded into a fielder's choice, and last time up, grounded out to shortstop. Broken bat, grounder that is a foul ball.
Well, the barrel of that bat, or part of that bat, going out in his end of Bogarts at shortstop. Snapping right in his hand. That thing shatters all over the place, and look at the barrel of the bat go out towards Bogarts at shortstop, but he kind of surprised him. He was watching the baseball, then all of a sudden the bat's coming in his direction.
Now Garcia grounds another one foul, this time outside of third. 0-2. Alexei Ramirez waiting on deck here after Garcia. We last saw Tommy Lane on Monday. He worked the 9th inning against Chicago. Gave up a run. Misses badly there, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Arbella Insurance Foundation is the proud presenting sponsor of the WEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon this season, dedicated to striking out cancer in kids. Arbella donates $50 for every strikeout thrown by a Sox pitcher, up to $100,000. Arbella Insurance Foundation, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Ground ball to deep short. Bogarts picks it, throws from the outfield grass, and it's not in time. Garcia beats it out. Good bid, though, by Bogarts.
That's a terrific play by Bogarts. I mean, he did all he could possibly do here. Completely outstretched, has to try to stop and plant. Couldn't quite plant, but does get the throw off to first base. One hop off the grass to Napoli, but not quite in time. Give credit to Garcia, hustling all the way down that line also to pick up the base hit.
One down, one on, and Alexei Ramirez homered back in the 3rd inning, a 1-for-3 night.
That's been a good night for Alexei Ramirez, both defensively and offensively. On Rusney Castillo makes a good play, charging the ball, the off-balance throw to first. And the home run off Porcello finds the monster seats out there in left field. And another great play on Hannigan. Going deep in the hole, the off-balance throw, and a nice pick by Abreu at first base. So a good night for Alexi Ramirez at shortstop for the Chicago White Sox.
Line down the left field line, a fair ball headed towards the corner. Garcia motoring towards third base. Throw will go in that direction, and it's a double for Alexi Ramirez. Second and third with one out here for the White Sox.
Now the good night continues for Ramirez. The home run, now the double, 2 for 4 on the night offensively. Line shot up over the head of Rutledge down to third base and all the way down to the 310. Actually backhanded before it gets to the 310, but still second and third. Red Sox will pull the infield in, trailing by 5.
Carlos Sanchez, the batter, second baseman, already has 2 doubles in this game and has struck out. On the ground softly towards third. Rutledge going to barehanded go to first base for the out there as the run scores and the White Sox take a 7-1 lead.
Rutledge making his mind up very quickly. He was going to go to first base with this, and for a second I thought he was going to go home. He does take a peek out of the corner of his eye and feels that he couldn't get Garcia, so gets the out at first base. Nice barehanded play that time by Rutledge down to third base.
So the White Sox had a run. Think he had a shot at him at the plate?
I think it had been very, very close. The second time I looked at it, at first initially I thought yes. But looking at it again on replay, very questionable.
Tyler Flowers 1 for 3 in the game, batting from the number 9 spot.
Let's take one more look, Don. What do you think? I don't know. He's down that line pretty good right there.
A little bit low here, and it's 2-0. In there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Two strikeouts and a single for Flowers on the night. Taps it foul, 2-2. Toyo Tires, the official tire of the Boston Red Sox. Whether you're taking your truck off-road, the kids to practice, or your sports car to its limits, there's a Toyo Tire for you. Visit toyotires.com to find a dealer near you. Two pitch outside and down to first base with ball 3 is Flowers. He's going to come on back.
Has 4 in this league. Not a bad idea, said the trainer. three balls, try to walk. Why not?
You never know. You may catch the umpire napping.
Yeah, you never know. Take a shot at it. Got everybody in the ballpark looking around at the scoreboard.
On the ground and through into left field, a base hit, and from third comes Alexi Ramirez. White Sox up the lead to 8-1.
You know, Flowers is glad he didn't walk now. Picks up the base hit, picks up the RBI, his 27th RBI of the season. A top spin ground ball between third and short. On the cut fastball from Tommy Lane.
Runner at first, 2 down. Top of the order, Adam Eaton. Lane wanted it, but called the ball. 1-0. Home run in the first for Eaton to kind of set the tone again for the White Sox. Single in the second. Since then, he's lined out, grounded out. 2 for 4 night. Home run was his 9th of the year. White Sox out hitting the Red Sox 13-4 in the game. Only Jose Abreu without a hit in the starting 9, but he has walked in the game. As a grounder to first, it is a foul ball.
And Napoli charging that ball hard, trying to get it before it gets in the foul territory and get that easy out for the 3rd out of the inning, but the ball does go foul. There's Napoli coming in there, but not quite in time. Napoli finding out where they want him to play, and he's going to play way behind Flowers at first base.
Blowing away, 2-2. Center fielder Jackie Bradley Jr. over towards left center for Eaton to go the other way. This one slap foul off to the left, and it's still 2-2. In there for strike 3. Eaton frozen. He knew it. Takes with him the second strikeout for Lane. 8-1 Chicago. Let's take a look at the updated Red Sox box score. that. Learn more about this proud Boston Red Sox sponsor at fwweb.com. That's on to the bottom of the 7th inning. Red Sox tacking on 2 more runs in the top half of this inning. Quintana now has an 8-1 lead. His bullpen behind him is busy. Right-hander Zach Putnam up in the pen for the White Sox. Big Papi leading it off and taking ball 2. White Sox in a big shift for David on the right side with Carlos Sanchez in short right field. Alexei Ramirez, shortstop to the right side of the infield. Three 3-0. Red Sox have action of their own. Alexei Gondo up in the pen. Tommy Lane going the last 2 innings. Gave up 2 runs in the top of the 7th. He's taken all the way, and he takes strike 1. Napoli, then Castillo expected here in the 7th inning. Line foul. Popped up. Third baseman Tyler Saladino calling in short left center. Makes the catch for the first out at the bottom of the 7th inning. It's time now to check out the results of tonight's Dunkin' Donuts poll question. We asked, should the Hall of Fame induction day be a day off for all major league teams? And you said yes, 66%. On board with you, Jerry.
Yeah, I'm glad of that. Glad to see those results right there. Right? Maybe it's we can start something, Don.
There you go. One down here in the 7th inning. Mike Napoli has lined out to short and doubled to drive in the Red Sox only run. High drive, deep left for Napoli, and that ball is gone. Into the light tower. Napoli gets his 12th home run of the year, and it's now 8-2 Chicago.
Now both pitches that Napoli has hit tonight, that high double off the wall, and now this home run, both pitches inside. They try to sneak that fastball by Napoli inside. That's kind of tough to do. Line shot out of the ballpark. Napoli picking up speed going down the first baseline. Not sure it was going to make it over the top of the wall. It did.
For every home run the Red Sox hit the rest of the season, Alltown will donate $500 to the Cystic Fibrosis Multiple Sclerosis Fund. Alltown is New England's premier healthier convenience retailer. Don Cooper out there, the pitching coach, talked to Quintana here after giving up a 1-out home run here in the 7th. Zach Putnam continuing to warm in the pen. Rusney Castillo coming up now for Boston. Red Sox as a staff a 3.82 earned run average coming in. They're 7th in the American League in ERA. There is Rusney Castillo. For 2 tonight. He's done the same thing twice. That's ground out to Alexei Ramirez at shortstop. It's an even hundo now for Quintana. 104 his average, 120 the high. In front of the plate, but fouled off of Castillo.
No balls and 2 strikes. They wanted to go up a little bit higher than that at Castillo, but did not. He's able to foul it off.
Rutledge getting ready for his first at bat in a Red Sox uniform. Sharply hit off of Ramirez. It kicks into left. Cabrera running it down as Castillo into second base. That was a hot shot and went off Alexei Ramirez's leg and went out to left field.
I would guess that they would give Castillo a double on that. That ball was really hit hard, and Ramirez going down and to try to get that ball. Actually, he deflects off the foot, I believe, off the spikes of Ramirez down to the corner. And they do give Castillo a double on it.
Robin Ventura coming out here as Quintana gives up a home run, now a double. And that'll be the night after 6 1/3. Pitching change from Fenway, 8-2 White Sox. Melky Cabrera checking out the Green Monster out there in left field as Rutledge in his Red Sox debut pops it up into shallow right. In from right comes Garcia to make the catch for the second out of the inning. One pitch and an out for Zach Putnam. Putnam coming in, first reliever out of the pen for the White Sox. Takes over for Quintana, his 35th appearance, 3-3 with a 3.38 earned run average, 48 strikeouts, 14 walks, and opponents hitting at .212 against Putnam.
It's a lot of strikeouts per innings pitched right there for Putnam.
Quintana leaving after 6 1/3, responsible for Rusney Castillo at second base. Gave up a home run to Mike Napoli in this inning. In fact, both the runs the Red Sox have in this game driven in by Napoli. He had doubled in the fourth to drive in the first Red Sox run. Ryan Hannigan, 1 for 2 night. A double in the third, grounded to short in the fifth. Bouncing in, Flowers blocks it. No advance for Castillo at second base.
And a couple of split-fingered fastball pitches by Putnam. That went down in the dirt, and a nice job by Flowers to block it.
Strike two. Now 7 appearances for Putnam have been scoreless in 6 1/3 innings. Line foul. Just one Nexium 24-hour-a-day gives you all day, all night protection from frequent heartburn. Go to Nexium24hour.com for savings and pick up Nexium 24-hour at your local Stop and Shop. Two outs, Rusney Castillo at second base. Red Sox have a run in, but trail here 8-2 in the 7th. Another grounder foul.
Now there's a happy young guy right there. Waiting all night for that.
Swing and a miss. Hannigan down to one knee as he strikes out. Home run for Mike Napoli, but it's 8-2 Chicago. Book your low fare now on Southwest.com. Your local Subaru dealers. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. And by your local New England Ford dealers. Now back at Fenway Park where the White Sox have an 8-2 lead. Tonight's game summary brought to you by Xfinity. Quintano just left the game after 6 1/3, giving up 2 runs. Meanwhile, on the Red Sox side of things, Rick Porcello, 2+ innings, 10 hits, 5 earned runs of the 6 that he allowed. Mike Napoli supplying the offense, 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs, including his 12th home run of the year. On to the 8th inning. And it is 8-2. White Sox with the lead as Tyler Saladino leads it off. Alexi Agondo into the game, 42nd appearance. 2-0, the 3.86 earned run average. 35 strikeouts, 15 walks. Opponent's hitting at 222 against Agondo. Ball and a strike to Saladino. Saladino has been on 3 times, an infield hit and 2 walks in the game. Melky Cabrera and then Jose Abreu to bat here in the 8th. So Tommy Lane went 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs. He walked the batter, struck out 2. Gondo becomes the 4th arm used tonight by John Farrell. Starter Rick Porcello lasting 2+ innings. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Local Dunkin' Donuts franchisees are proud to give back to the communities in which they live and work. Thousands of kids have had the chance to catch a free Red Sox game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. Tonight we welcome the Middletown Baseball Club from Middletown, Mass. to historic Fenway Park. Dunkin' Donuts committed to the community. In there for strike 3. Tyler Saladino strikes out for the first out of the 8th inning.
Yeah, pretty nasty by Agondo going down and away from to Saladino, and he'll just watch it on the outside part of the plate. Pretty tough pitch to hit. The only chance there is to maybe foul it off. And he takes it for strike 3.
One down here in the 8th, and it brings up Melky Cabrera. Single to left, single to center, has struck out twice. Everybody's got a hit in the White Sox order with the exception of Jose Abreu, although he walked in the 2nd inning. 13 total hits in this game for the White Sox. There is Abreu. He'll be next. To left center, Jackie Bradley Jr. on the run, can't get it. Lances off the glove and the bottom of the wall. He'll fire into second base, and Cabrera is there with his 3rd hit of the night.
And it looked like Jackie had that lined up too, as he was got a pretty good jump on that ball, but it looks like it goes right off the top of the glove. You can see right there he's playing about straight away, that ball slicing away from him, big time slice on it. And not able to make the play, so it's going to be a 2-base hit right at the thumb of the glove. Just about as he gets on the warning track.
One down. Runner at second base, Jose Abreu the batter. Abreu flying to right in the 1st, walked in the 2nd, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, then fly to right in the 6th. 8-game hitting streak on the line as Abreu bats here in the 8th. On the ground down the line at 3rd, and this will get down to the corner. Cabrera coming around from second base. Abreu joins the hit parade, and the White Sox take a 9-2 lead.
Abreu picks up his 57th RBI of the season as he goes right down the 3rd base line. Rutledge going into the dive, cannot knock it down. Another run comes around to score. Melky Cabrera. I'll tell you what, you looked at the numbers before this series started, and the White Sox offense, nothing. They got hot over the weekend a little bit in Cleveland, and they have continued it in this series here against the Red Sox.
And Melky Cabrera has been absolutely on fire. One down here in the 8th, and a runner at first base, run in for Chicago. Adam LaRoche, the batter.
Hey, you're right. When you're as hot as Melky Cabrera is right now, you don't want the game to end. You just want to keep playing. Give me another at bat.
Coming up.
Yeah.
I want to hit again. Ball and a strike now to LaRoche. Sharply hit and foul. Tomorrow at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Tim Wakefield will have a recap of Pedro's jersey number retirement ceremonies. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 6. Pedro still at the ballpark tonight. One-two pitch to LaRoche. On the ground, Agondo will flip to second. No, they got nobody there and nobody at first. And taking off for third base with nobody covering is Abreu.
Well, this is totally embarrassing. Taking a look at the Bray replay, see if we see the second base being tagged. I don't believe it was by Bogarts, and then everybody had a brain cramp, and Abreu just goes on to third base. Nobody covering at third base, but it does look like they might look at this, and they'll be looking at the play at second base to see if Bogarts got a piece of that bag. One more look. They may have. If he did, he just barely got the top of it. If he did, that's a heck of a play.
I don't think he did.
You think the foot went over the bag?
I think by the time the ball got into the glove, the foot was off. I think. But what do I know?
What do both of us know?
See? Glove, ball.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay. And the glove, well, I don't know now. I don't know. This finish point. I have no idea. It's amazing how a different camera angle can change your opinion entirely.
Well, we change it only 4 times per replay.
Yeah. The longer the reviews go, the more we change.
I'll tell you what, if Bogarts kept contact with that bag, that's one heck of a play.
Yep.
This might give us a better look. I don't know. I don't know. How's that for analyzing? I don't know.
You broke it down.
Yeah, I broke that right down. Yeah. I have no idea.
Look at that. Ball's in the glove, and it looks like his toe drags the bag.
Can't be sure of that, though.
How come?
It
looks pretty real to me.
From that angle,
it's
it
an
does.
illusion.
But from a lower angle, it could look like it was above the bag.
Oh, okay. Well, they're not entirely sure either, as it's taken them a little while.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
That to me gives me the best look that I believe he's going to be called safe. But again, Don't believe a word that I say.
This one's deceiving.
Yeah, because this is from a high angle.
It gives you the illusion that he dragged his foot on the bag.
That one there, I didn't think so. Some I think so, and some I don't think so. Thank goodness I'm not making the calls back in New York. We'd be here forever.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my God. Be terrible.
What do you want to do, Jerry? I don't know.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Let me just stay in these headphones for a while.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they don't know either in New York.
No, they're no better than you.
No.
They don't know. Okay, we got action.
God, something's going to happen here.
He is safe.
Told you.
Yeah, at least once. All right, so runners at first and third now with one out. Error charge to Agondo on the throw. First and third, a run in, one out. And Abigail Garcia. And a single his last time up, 1 for 4 in the ball game. You at third, LaRoche at first. Agondo worked on Monday night against Chicago, finished the 5th inning of that game. So 2 scoreless appearances coming in tonight before giving up a run in this inning. Giving up a total of 9 runs, 5 home runs in the last 6 1/3. Low for ball 2. Alexei Ramirez waiting on deck. White Sox batting here in the top half of the 8th. Fouled straight back, 2-2. H.B. Hood salutes the Red Sox Foundation for its commitment to 4,900 accredited charities throughout New England. Fouled off to the right. Still 2-2. Nine runs, 15 hits, no errors for the White Sox. 2 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Red Sox. Full count now. In the air to shallow right. Out goes Holt. In comes Rusney Castillo. And it'll be Castillo makes the catch. Tagging, drawing a throw is Abreu. And he goes back to the bag at third. Good thing he did. Rusney showing off a good arm there.
Now that's really drawing a throw that time, what Abreu did. I mean, he just didn't take a couple of steps, he was about a third down the line. And that forced Castillo into making a throw at home plate. Castillo not figuring he's going anywhere because he's so shallow. But then when he saw Abreu take that big lead off third base, he had to make the throw.
First and third, 2 down for Alexei Ramirez. And a swing and a miss for strike one. Good fastball from Agondo. Popped up foul off to the right, and it's 0-2. Now tomorrow at 6:30, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU. TC and Tim Wakefield will be joined by Alex Spear to talk the state of the Red Sox. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Alex Spear, the Boston Globe. We're now getting the very latest. Very high for ball one. Little bloop foul into the Red Sox dugout. One-two pitch again to Ramirez. And it's outside for ball two. Carlos Sanchez waiting on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, 2 on here for the White Sox. A run in. In the air down the left field line. Hanley Ramirez heading over as far as he can go, but won't have a play. Back into the seats. Instagram fans, we have passed 31,000 followers. Well on our way to 50,000. If you're not following NESN on Instagram, follow us now to see cool behind the scenes photos of your favorite New England teams. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the 8th. Lined and caught by Bogarts, who was headed downward as he made that catch to end the inning. White Sox out a run, take a 9-2 lead. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Nine to 2. White Sox have the lead over the Red Sox. We head to the bottom of the 8th. As Jackie Bradley Jr. leads it off here in the bottom of the 8th. 0 for 2 tonight. Flat out to the warning track in left and grounded back to the mound. Bradley returning to the Red Sox from the Paw Sox today prior to the game and starting in center field with Mookie Betts placed on the 7-day concussion list. There's a strike, 2-1.
The first time tonight, Bradley Jr. gets a chance to face a right-hander that had been Quintana on every at-bat until this one.
Now, because of the way these games have been going for the Red Sox, the closer has not had a chance to get very much work. So Kojo Ihara up in the pen. Fly ball to left field, sending Melky Cabrera back to make the catch on the edge of the dirt of the track for the first out of the inning. Well, parents, if you're looking for a fun activity for your kids this summer, visit NESN.com/freeze-frame. Check out the photo of the week, then have your son or daughter send in a caption that could make it on the next NESN Clubhouse show. Visit NESN.com/freeze-frame today. One out in the 8th for Brock Holt. He was grounded out to short, grounded back to the mound, and single. Two and 0. Putnam coming into the game last inning, recording the last 2 outs. He has first out here at the bottom of the 8th. In there for a strike, 2-1. Jose Quintana, the pitcher of record right now for the White Sox, went 6 1/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, walked a batter, struck out 3. Trying to pick up his 6th win of the year. To center, Adam Eaton coming in, and it'll fall in front of him and get by him. Misplayed that, and Holt to second base. A little indecisive out there in center as to whether or not he's going to dive or not. Ends up landing in front of him and kicks off him.
Yeah, with the lead that they have, I mean, he could afford to take a gamble on that and try to make a catch out of it, but he's not going to be able to get to it. And then the ball clanks right off his left arm and gets by him, so Holt makes his way into second base. I would guess that would be a double all the way. That's just my opinion.
Single and an error charge to Adam Eaton.
Yeah, it's a tough error. The ball kind of bounced and deflected off his arm.
One down, runner at second, and Xander Bogaerts the batter. Xander scored a run after singling in the 4th inning. Two and 0. Tomorrow on the finale of the series, Stephen Wright, who had warmed up very early in this game briefly, scheduled to pitch against Chris Sale, who is 9-5 with a 2.85 earned run average going into tomorrow night's game. Strike call, and it's 2-1. Numbers for Sale matched up against Wright in tomorrow night's action. He'll be looking to grab his 10th win of the year
Red Sox be facing one of the best in the league tomorrow night.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. On the ground, foul. Earlier today, Tim Wakefield working with Stephen Wright and Carl Willis, pitching coach out there. Of course, for many years, Wake getting assistance from other knuckleballers. Bill Necro being one. Kind of helping out today as Stephen Wright had his warm-up session earlier today. Very few people that can help you if you're a knuckleballer, but he's certainly one of them.
They talk the same language.
Yes. Softly lined, caught by Ramirez for the second out. Have a son or daughter who wants to learn more about baseball or the Red Sox? Visit NessonClubhouse.com. Has videos, games, and a whole lot more. It's fun, free, and easy to use. Visit NessonClubhouse.com today. And the kids still here at the ballpark tonight. Two down, Brock Holt at second base. Here's Hanley Ramirez. Fly ball, foul down the right field line, out of play. Hanley's line to center, grounded to short, struck out. Batting with two down, and Brock Holt at second base here in the bottom of the eighth. Now the catcher Flowers headed out to talk to Putnam. Ball and a strike. David Ortiz waiting on deck. Red Sox here in the eighth. Brock Holt with two hits on the night now for the Red Sox. Ramirez fouls it off into the seats.
Now the good thing to see from Brock Holt tonight, not only the two hits, but it looks like he's moving around pretty good. And I was a little concerned about that knee, the way that he stretched that out on Sunday night. But with a couple of days off, back in tonight, and everything seems to be fine. Sunday night going around first base, started to second base, and then came up lame, had to limp back to first, missed a couple of games, back in there tonight.
Ball three, full count.
Hanley keeps waiting for a fastball, doesn't get it, gets split-fingered fastballs. Another splitter this time. On the 2-2 count, the run at full at 3-2.
Swing and a miss, and Putnam strikes him out to end the inning. 9-2 Chicago. Ninth inning, Bob's Discount Furniture goes to bat for the Jimmy Fund again this year. Bob will donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund for every game saved this year. Everybody saves at Bob's. Bob's Discount Furniture, quality, choice, and value. Learn more at mybobs.com. Now Koji Uehara into the game for the Red Sox, 39th appearance of the year. 2-4 with a 2.52 earned run average. Obviously not a save situation, but he does have 22 on the year, 40 strikeouts to 6 walks. And opponent sitting at 183 against Uehara. Carlos Sanchez leading it off for Chicago here in the 9th inning and taking strike 1. So Uehara becoming the 5th pitcher used tonight by the Red Sox. Sanchez 2 for 4 in the game and a pair of doubles. Uehara taking over for Agondo, gave up a run and 2 hits in his inning of work. Pitched the 8th. We are working a season-high 2 innings of relief last Friday night. Last time he pitched was against the Tigers to begin the homestand. Pitched the 9th inning and the 10th inning as it worked out. 2 strikeouts. Not walked anybody in 19 straight games in 18 2/3 innings. Full count now, though. And this one fouled back. Daniel Webb up in the pen for the White Sox. Popped up foul off to the left, out of play. Line to center and in for a base hit. So leadoff single for Carlos Sanchez, who gets his 3rd hit of the night.
He's had a good night. 2 doubles, a single, brought in a run and a ground ball out. Hitting streak now at 12 straight games. It's a split-fingered fastball from Koji, but right back up the middle. Nice piece of hitting by Sanchez. He's been on fire, too.
His 2nd 3-hit game of the year. Lead runner on for Chicago. Here is Tyler Flowers, the catcher. 2 hits in the game, a single to left in the 3rd, a single to left in the 7th inning. Everybody in the White Sox order has at least 1 hit. Chicago now 16 in the game. Two-0 pitch. Popped up, foul ground. Back comes Hannigan. He won't have a play as it turns out. Leaning in.
And going as far as he can go with his body, and he just hits the wall, tries to reach over, but cannot make the play on a foul ball that lands actually in the first row. Battling all kind of stuff going over there. Hats, hands.
High strike call, 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Flowers strikes out for the first out of the 9th inning.
That time Koji staying with the fastball and elevating it to Flowers to pick up the strikeout. 3rd time that Flowers has struck out tonight, but he's also got 2 hits. The 2 for 5 night, 3 punch outs, and a couple of singles with an RBI.
One down for Adam Eaton. There is strike 1 to Eaton. 2 for 5 in the game. Homered back in the 1st inning. White Sox attacking early and often again. 2 runs in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, a run in the 3rd. Added some more late. 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. Loop to center. Jackie Bradley Jr. coming in, but it'll fall in front of him for a hit. That was towards the end of the bat. Eaton is on for the 3rd time of the game with his 3rd hit.
He's had a big night, too. 3 for 6 on the night for Eaton. Started it all off with a home run, then a single in the 2nd inning to drive in a run. And probably his last bat picking up a single to center.
First and second, 1 out here in the 9th inning for Tyler Saladino. He'll take strike 1. Check swinging, a ball in the dirt. Did he go? No, says first base umpire Bill Miller.
Looks like a pretty good job of holding up that swing that time by Saladino.
Popped up. Brock Holt, second baseman, on the outfield grass to make the catch for the second out of the inning. So 2 away, 2 on, and it brings up Melky Cabrera, another opportunity. 3 hits in the game tonight, 2 singles and a double. Swing and a miss for strike 1. 9 for 15 in the series. 5 doubles. That's pretty good.
That'll get it done.
Ball and a strike you to Melky Cabrera. Nine runs now, 17 hits for the White Sox, an error. 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for Boston. Strike 2, right at the bottom of the zone.
And a couple of those, one going his way, another one not going his way, but this one they do call a strike on. Borderline strike at the bottom of the strike zone. Split fingered fastball.
Swinging a foul tip for strike 3. We head to the bottom of the ninth, 9-2 Chicago. Robbed at shortstop by Alexei Ramirez. Good play really on both ends. Brett, you able to pick it on the stretch.
It's amazing the agility that a guy like Ramirez has to make a play like that going away from first base and still able to make a decent enough throw to first base so that Abreu can make a good play and get the out on Hannigan.
Daniel Webb into his 15th game of the year, 1-0 with a 1.56 earned run average. 12 strikeouts, 8 walks. David Ortiz leading it off here and taking ball 1. David 0 for 3 in the game. Slide to right, struck out swinging and popped out to short. White Sox shifting on the right side. So Putnam ended up going an inning and 2/3. Allowed a hit, no runs, struck out 2. Pitcher record right now, Jose Quintana for the White Sox. On the hook, Rick Porcello. As Ortiz takes ball 3. Everything away from David so far. That's not. Right down the middle at 93. Napoli, then Castillo. Expected to bat in the bottom of the 9th for the Red Sox. Fouled off, full count. In on the hands and fouled off. David will see his 7th pitch in the at bat. Wrap foul down by the tarp area. Ball 4, and Ortiz with a leadoff walk here in the 9th inning.
Napoli's had a good night tonight, 2 for 3, plus a line drive out. This breaking ball goes high off the wall for a double back in the 4th inning, and then the home run pitch. Fastball inside, and Napoli with a line shot home run. Into the monster seats, that coming in the 7th inning. Responsible for both Red Sox runs tonight.
Lead runner on for the Red Sox in the 9th. Mike Napoli. We'll take a look at strike 1. The bottom of the zone. Mike didn't think so. Rusney Castillo on deck. Bouncing in again. Webb has thrown 11 pitches, 5 for strikes since coming in. Coming in with a 7-run lead. Walking the first batter that he faces. Now a foul off to the right, 2-2.
97 on the fastball. I'm curious as to why we're not seeing more of those with the lead that he has and the velocity he has on that pitch.
Eleven of his 14 appearances this year have been scoreless. Walking more lately, 7 batters in his last 4 outings. After only walking 2 in his first 10 appearances of the year. Paulsby are actually now full count, 3-2. Ball 4, he walks the first 2 batters of the bottom of the 9th inning. So Ortiz and Napoli both walking. Don Cooper, the pitching coach out there.
Now tries the fastball on the 3-2 count, hooks it and overthrows it down and away from Napoli. So back-to-back walks here in the 9th inning with a comfortable lead for the White Sox. And that'll certainly bring the pitching coach out to the mound.
Brings up Rusney Castillo, who has grounded out twice to short and double. Look out, 2-0. It's all over the place right now. It's like Jennings getting up quickly here in the pen. It's not yet thrown a pitch. White Sox did not want to have to do this. Bounces in, ball 3.
Not even close to Rusney Castillo. Missing wildly on the 2-0 count.
There's a strike at 95, 3-1. Fouled back as Webb battles back here. Full count. Ortiz at second, Napoli at first, nobody out, bottom of the 9th. Swing and a miss. Helped him out there, swinging at that pitch, and that's out number 1 of the 9th.
Yeah, I was surprised to swing at that. That was way inside. Very tough to get the bat on that ball right there. The ball almost hit him. That fastball running back in on Castillo, and the swing and miss for the first out here in the 9th.
Josh Rutledge 0 for 1 in a Red Sox uniform. Popped out to shallow right in the 7th inning. Now he takes ball 1. Ball and a strike. Jose Quintana started this game with 6 1/3, giving up 2 runs. Saw Putnam for an inning and 2/3. Now Daniel Webb. Ground ball down the third baseline, foul, and it's 1-2. Two and two.
Still has hope from Tucson, Arizona.
Swing and a miss, and Rutledge strikes out back-to-back Ks now for Webb. 2 down in the 9th inning.
A strange inning for Webb. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts.
So it'll take something from Ryan Hannigan if we are to continue. Swinging a foul tip and a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And again, doubled in the third, grounded to short in the fifth, struck out swinging in the seventh. Fouled off to the right, and it's 1-2. Jackie Bradley Jr. waiting on deck, hoping to get a chance here in the ninth inning. Red Sox trailing by 7, but have runners at first and second with 2 down. Two and two. Webb has now thrown 29 pitches here in the bottom of the ninth.
Not exactly what Robin Ventura was thinking about.
No, or Don Cooper. Popped up, sending Abreu back behind first. Abreu will make the catch, and the White Sox win. So Chicago winning the first 3 games of this 4-game series, taking this game 9-2, 17 hits. And Tom Caron, a pattern occurring here for the Red Sox, getting down early in these games. Certainly tough to come back from the holes they've dug themselves in the first 3.